Well, this division here has been a lot of fun, and we rolled through them at a good pace because the good ones kept coming to us very, very fast through these classes. Very impressed with where this Dorset breed is, and I know we still got some other pures behind and a really good group we've already selected, but I think as highly of these out here on the front and back line as anything we've had in the ring. I think they're excellent sheep with worlds of quality here. I'm not going to retalk them all. To me, it's a real close race for reserve between one I think's really pretty and very stylish, but maybe gets a little easy in terms of her back, a little high in terms of her hip, and just a little staler and plainer in terms of her rib cage. And then another one that I think is just chock full of breeding potential in terms of just raw rank power and back shape and real steel. When you get in behind them, we talk maybe didn't move as good as what your champion is. I'll tell you what, again, I don't have a poker face. I think this champion in this particular division is absolutely the perfect twist, the beauty and the beast. This young man here has got an absolute freak on a leash here to be your champion. Give him a nice round of applause here out of your ULAM division. Again, we talk about her, and to me, she's the perfect twist. Again, I don't like them pretty. I don't like them powerful. She does it all. That is a beautiful, structured, beautiful, balanced female that's prepped and fit to the absolute nines. We drop in that second, and this is where the decision is for me. We got a yearling ewe in the back that's maybe getting just a little rocky in terms of her top, a little short in her hip, a little fragile, and just a little plainer in terms of her kind. But I do like just her basic balance there from the profile. Our second ewe lamb, she is a beast from the east. When you get behind her, I'm telling you what, she's packing a wagon and full of muscle, yet still balance is appropriate from the side. I didn't think her underline and her hind leg structure ran with what your champion was. But my goodness, is she an incredible breeding piece. I like her second best. The young man's ewe lamb will be reserved. If you'd give him a hand, please.
Congratulations to Grayson Bell from Marshall County exhibiting our champion Dorset ewe, and our reserve is exhibited by Colton Burns from Amber Pocasset. Well, again, let's put our hands together as this outside row is excused from the ring at this time.
Well, easily the most challenging class we've had hit the ring so far. And I told you first class, I know we're not all going to agree on things, but I'll just try to talk you through it. And I try to stay as true to the kind of stock I like. And this class was challenging because they all came in, and then the big ones that were stout read pretty coarse and pretty mature to me in terms of their structure. The pretty ones that I liked, I just didn't know if they had enough to them. So I tried to play the odds and just figure out where I wanted to be. Hey, I get it. There's going to be someone around ringside that tells me our class winner needs a little more belly. She needs a little more butt, and man, I get that. But to me, with where we're at in the sheep industry and what we're trying to do, there's plenty of powerful bucks out there right now running around. To me, her silhouette, her skeleton, and her feet and legs was what I kept coming back to. I love just the feminine character she has. She's beautiful in terms of her top line. Her length of hips appropriate. She may not be blessed with the same big fuzz and fur as the you there in second, but guys, watch her move and study her in motion. To me, she's feminine, she's flashy, she's attractive, she's built the way I like show sheep in terms of looking refined, yet still being wedged right and progressive when you get in behind them. Again, her best view is when this young lady gets out and studiers are there in motion, high-headed, good back, level made. I like her comfort level. I pulled this ewe really, really quick when she came in because she's got the big legs, the big hampy legs. I love her stoutness of feature, and she too's got a really, really youthful, immature, and juvenile type of a look to her. The longer she was out here, she wanted to roll up just a little in terms of her spine, but I do think she's bigger footed. She's a little better in her belly than the one we started with. My problems is, young lady, I get right here, and man, she probably ranks 15th in this class from the ones we pulled just in terms of her pin set. I just wanted to pull her apart, make her a little broader in terms of her rump and her pin setting, but I thought her skeleton, her lines, the way she ran from the profile, her feet and legs were better than the sheep coming here in 3 and 4. Big footed, big forearm, great balance, loose structured, just didn't know if she was big enough and broad enough as we got right in behind. The problem is, and why I struggled with this class, is because these ewes in 3 and 4, they have a case of the big back and the big butt disease. When you get behind them, I mean, they are absolutely stout and maxed out from a rear view. I love their power. I love their muscle. I study them from a side view profile and talk about lines, and the tallest part of them should be their shoulder. And both of these ewes get just a little high in their hip for me and run downhill just a little bit. This is a big stout one that I thought was still a little better at the point of her shoulder and the way her loin edge hooked into her upper hip than the ewe coming in behind. Again, young lady, the longer she was out here, from the point of her hip to the top of her shoulder, she just wanted to run downhill too much on me, get a little coarser and more pronounced there at the base of her blade. A lot of the same can be said about the ewe here in 4, just a big stout Mack truck. When you get right in behind her, I love just her width, I love her rib cage and her natural spring and muscle. My problems are, as I study her from the outside, I really don't know if she's a boy or a girl, and that's a question mark I had to come back to. To me, she's just too coarse and blown out there at the base of her shoulder, and I'd just like to make her better in her hip and hind leg and front end design and motion. Too much power though, too much rib cage and muscle to get her out of the top 5. I just thought she read too coarse and deep there up through her front end. When I had to make a big boy call, I tried to walk them there on the top 4. Young man again shows his way up into the top 5. This is a ewe I didn't pull initially because her rib cage is just too flat for me. When I get on top of her and of the group, just gives up quite a bit, and right up in front and right in behind. But she is very nice in terms of pattern. She's actually better in her shoulder than the 2 sheep that go out in front. I just read her a little too petite as I got in behind. Some really good sheep down the line. I thought 6 and 7 just weren't sound enough. Same could be 8 when they went in motion. That was a class that I'll remember for a long time. If you want to switch them, I'm not going to thumb wrestle you. I thought the top 2 were sounder than the rest. If you would, give them a nice big round of applause, please.
And the results of our first class of Hampshires. Our class winner is Kinsey Woods from Mustang. Second in this class, Lillian Keenan from Davis. In third, Kendall Bonner from Stratford. Fourth, Emmy Andershut from Payne County. Fifth, Wyatt Lang from Bingeroni. In sixth, Tyann Stacy from Oktahal. Seventh, Lauren Witt from Mulhall, Orlando. In eighth in this class, Dally Peterson from Cashion. Ninth place is Tinley Moore from Arapahoe Butler. And 10th in this is Laramie Soul from Boise City. We're now ready for our second class of Hampshire ewe lambs. Just so everyone will kind of know, we'll be going right on through the Suffolks, do the Champion Purebred, the Dorset Advantage, and right into the commercial crossbred ewes. There will be no lunch break. We'll continue to move right on through them today. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these young kids as they exit the ring at this time. Well, we had a little mix-up in that first class, and the class winner was Riley Harlan from Mustang. Congratulations, Riley. We apologize for our mistake.
As we move into our second group of hamps, and again, full transparency, I thought that last class was one of the hardest I've ever judged, and I expected that as I came to the Oklahoma Youth Expo. I also expected a class with a top 5 like this. My goodness, if they're going to get any better from here in your commercial division, we are going to find some heaters here very, very quick. Our class winner came in, and again, that was one of those calling the dogs and turn out the lights. It's game over. When this thing hit the ring, she is beautiful in terms of balance, just perfect. In terms of the bend of her knee, the posture of her hind leg, she is fresh as a daisy, and my goodness, does she give you a killer look. A critic will tell you she's not the shallowest at the base of her chest. I buy that, but to me, it balances to perfection. She looks maternal, she looks feminine, yet she's got the show shape, the pizzazz and the wazz there from the profile. There's your look of her. My goodness, is that a specimen? Congratulations to you, young man. This one here is pushes her close. She is real close. I mean, she is big and powerful when you get in behind her. I like the posture of her hind leg, the floor of her short chest and shoulder better than I did the little young ladies in 3. I thought she was stouter than 4. Gets a little easy at her loin, a little higher in her hip. I just didn't read her as fresh and as youthful, as dialed in as what our class winner was. That's a pair, though, I'll remember for a very long time. I thought this little young lady, hey, you're a good hand. You did a good job earlier. You do once again. She's got one that's probably a little fresher in terms of her muscle and her definition than the you that goes out in front of her. My problems are she's a little shorter in her hip. She's a little sharper in her hock and just a little more pronounced at the base of her shoulder and her chest floor. But she's got a real youthful body shape, a real fresh skin, a real fresh hide. I thought she was stouter than the you that comes in behind. The you coming in behind, I love her feminine look there from the profile. She is up and out, really attractive through her front end. I like just her looseness and her comfort level. I read her just a little plain. When I study her there in motion, in terms of her hip and her stifle, a little fragile in terms of her bones and her feature. Got an FF look, though, and a real pretty style there from the profile. I like the power of the you coming in 5. Great in her body, really powerful from behind. In terms of organization and movement, young lady, gets a little straight in her hock, a little straight up through her front end. She'll get a little off in terms of her top line in motion. Love her body design, love her width. I get behind her. Just wanted to make her more flexible when we set her in motion there. A killer group went down the line. I thought the U in 6 just ran out of power from behind the lineup, but that was an incredible class. Again, I'll remember those sheep for a good long while. My compliments to each of them and their families.
And the results out of our second class, our class winner, Javen Sparks from Hartshorn. Second, Delaney Moore from Canute. In third, Haley Williams, Payne County. Fourth place is Tatum Minnie from Moore. Fifth place is Harper Minor from Caney Valley. In sixth in this class is Lillian Keenan from Davis. Seventh place is Chesney Hill from Sapulpa. Eighth place, Brooklyn Estes from Wellston. Ninth is Taylor Martin from Canton. And 10th is Tegan Rose from Cherokee. We're now working on our yearling U class. Let's congratulate these on the outside as they exit the ring at this time.
We're going to have a really good Hampshire Division drive here in just a few. A lot like your last class winner, this one strikes me really, really hard. She's got the unique look there through her front end. She looks feminine. She looks refined, yet comes back with some strength and some shape there down her top line. Again, in a perfect world, at times, she'll get just a little easy in her spine and a little rounder in her hip and hind leg, but she is so fresh for where she's at this stage of life. Really slim and sleek there through her front end. Love her underline balance. Redesign her hock and her hip just a shade and pull her top up into her. But my goodness, really flexible, really loose, and I really do like the look she presents through her front end. I thought she was fresher there through her breastbone, chest, and shoulder, and right at the base of her hip than the U here in 2. Big, stout, rugged, powerful U here comes in next. Gets a little high on her hip and just a little plain there through the base of her shoulder. Buddies, I like your U that lands here in 3. She kind of gets swallowed up out here in this yearling division, but big and fresh in terms of her rib, really progressive in her muscle when you get in behind her. I'd like to free up her structure off either end and just stretch her out and give her a little more length and pattern there from the profile. I like this U quite a good deal standing still. She's good in her underline. She's good down her top line. In motion, young ladies, she'll get a little high in her spine, a little short and choppy in terms of her step and her stride there, but really good from the profile. A lot of the same can be said about the young lady's big U that rounds you out. Big feet, big legs, and a really powerful, massive type of a look. Just a little coarser for me, a little straighter in terms of her structure. But she concludes what's been an awesome Hampshire division here. Give them one more nice round of applause to all of our Hamp exhibitors. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
And the results out of our yearling ewes, our class winner, Jameson Scott from Central High. Second, Wyatt Lang from Binger Oney. In third, Maverick Bartmettler from Comanche County. Fourth, Zoe Chaplin from LaFleur County. In fifth, Arapahoe Butler is Tinley Moore. Sixth place is Lexi Courtney from Mill Creek. In seventh is Laney Carroll from Perkins Trine. In eighth is Kinsey Wood from Mustang. Ninth is Peyton Gillum from Stillwater. And 10th in this class is Ty Otto from Ponca City.
Well, as we put a bow here on your Hampshire division, I'll tell you what, this has been probably the most challenging yet fun division I've judged in a very long time, and I look forward to getting to the commercials, the Suffolks, and the advantages here in a few. I promise I'll pick the pace up here as we get to the commercials, but I don't want to rush through stuff. I want to make sure I got the right ones on deck, every class and every division. First class was the toughest group I've ever judged in my life. I thought the class winner needed a little more bone, a little more power. That was the feet, legs, style I could bank on. We got to the next groupings, and they were a pile, a mosh pit of real good ones here. There's one of them to me that just sticks out like a sore thumb. She is stout, she's hampy, she's beautiful in her cage, her width progression's on target, and then everything just fits together like a box of chocolates. She is so unique, because again, she's got different parts that shouldn't fit anatomically, in my opinion, to make them that good in terms of their blade, to make them that round in their body, that progressive, and put a hind leg on them the way she has, hits me really hard. And there's another one for reserve that just got a killer look from the profile, maybe isn't just as dense, isn't as bold in terms of her loin, her width, or just as attractive in her hind leg, in my opinion. But an amazing division. Again, I'll remember your champion for a very long time. Give him a nice big round of applause here. We'll grab you too.
Well, congratulations to Javen Sparks from Hartshorne, and our champion Hampshire. Our reserve is exhibited by Jamison Scott from Central High.
A really good group here, a smaller class of Suffolk ewe lambs, and I thought the decision was between a pretty sheep and two powerful sheep that I thought needed to be just a little sounder, and three, to me, the one that just kind of puts it all together and puts it the bow on things is the young ladies that leads out. Good-footed, really good down her top line, and I thought just thicker when you got right in behind her than the sheep that comes here in two. Buddy, from the loin edge forward, I really like your sheep that comes in second, really fancy and attractive through her front end, loose in terms of her structure. I thought she got a little easy in her loin, a little higher in her hip, and not just as stout as I got right in behind her there. Really good front 2/3 on that particular sheep. Completely different story here, and I'd listen to switching 2 and 3. There's a lot more power and back and muscle found in the ewe here in the third spot. For me, she gets a little straighter up through her shoulder, a little tighter in her spine, and a little tighter in her hind leg when we set that particular pair there in motion. Buddy's got a really, really feminine, up-fronted, good body, good structured one who gets just a little narrower in terms of her pin setting when I step right in behind her. Young lady comes in next with a great bodied, really functional type of a female. Would like to give her a little more foot size, a little leveler hip when I get right in behind her. Young lady did a good job sticking with this one. She was kind of a knot head for you. Level down her top line, good out of her hip. Gets just a little rounder and plainer there through her shoulder and her front end. But a very good start here to your Suffolk division.
And the result of our ULAM class in the suffix, first is Keaton Haley from Moore. Second, Keaton Haley from Moore. In third, Dally Peterson from Cashion. Fourth place, Maverick Pirtle from Caney Valley. Fifth, Bristol Monroe from Indiahoma. And sixth, Trinity McElhaney from Oologah.
A really good group of yearlings here, and Buddy's maybe doesn't have just the same size and scale and performance as the sheep there in 2 and 3, but I thought super fundamental. Wide in terms of her skeleton, really big in terms of her top, and muscular in her makeup, and still fits together really, really nicely. Very, very functional type of a sheep. A little more power comes in 2 versus 3. When I get right in behind them, both very similar from the profile. I thought she was just a little bolder in terms of her pin setting. Buddy, you conclude us with one that's really good in terms of feet and legs, good in terms of her body type. I thought she closed up just a little too much there as I stepped right in behind, but 3 very, very good showmen here to conclude our Suffolk division. If you're around ringside here, they're good showmen. Give them a good round of applause for me, please.
And the results out of our yearling class, the first is Maverick Pirtle from Caney Valley. Second, Julianne Wright from Stratford. And third is Jonathan Wright from Stratford. We're now ready for our champion suffix.
Well, as we come to a close here in your Purebred show, I know we've maybe lost some of the crowd getting some commercials ready or already headed out, but we do have a good group still put together, and we got 4 young people that have worked hard here at these sheep, and just like we've done every division, I think they're very deserving of a nice round of applause, if you guys would for me, please. Again, a lot of different kinds represented here, and not going to take too long. I'm really excited to get to our overall drive, do some of the advantages, but boy, we're going to have a good set of commercials in a bit. There's a pair of them I think are just a little better in terms of their balance up through their front end, still accommodated with really, really good structure. I like the pair of ewe lambs out of the first division to be champion in reserve. Give all 4 of them another nice hand here for me.
Well, congratulations to Keaton Halley from Moore as a champion and a reserve in the Suffolk breed. Well, as we bring our champions and reserves back out, starting out with our champion hair sheep, Tyler Shea Mitchell from Central High, Southdown, Harvey Williams from Payne County, our Shropshire, Ailey Stephen from Pittsburgh County, our Dorset, Grayson Bell from Marshall County, our champion ham, Javen Sparks from Hartshorn, and our champion Suffolk, Keaton Halley from Moore. Our reserves are exhibited by Reserve Hair Sheep, J.C. Oldenburg from Latta. Our Reserve Southdown, Haley Williams from Payne County. Our Reserve Champion Shrop, J.C. Manis from Boise City. Our Reserve Champion Dorset, Colton Burns from Amber Pocasset. Our Reserve Champion Hamp, Jameson Scott from Central High. And our Reserve Champion Suffolk, Keaton Halley from Moore. Our Supreme Champion U today will receive a $1,000 educational scholarship from Oklahoma Youth Expo, generously sponsored by Devon Industry. Additionally, receive a pair of horsepower or Macy Bean top boots, courtesy of Rios or Mercedes. Our reserve will receive a $750 educational scholarship provided by Devon Energy. Again, they will receive a pair of boots from Rios or Mercedes. Let's put our hands together and thank our sponsors today of the awards.
I'll ask you one more time here before we actually wrap this Purebred show up, but this has been an incredible division from the hair sheep down to our Suffolk there in the back, and these young people have worked very, very hard to make it out here on the front and back line. Give them a nice big round of applause here if we built up around ringside. Again, I love winning as much as everybody, and I hate losing. I promise you that. I talk about it quite a bit with Blake Bloomberg over there on your heifer ring, and I'm sure he wants to beat my judging team tomorrow, and I want to beat his too when we go to Houston and get back down there for the final roll. But, man, I think it's important to remember, again, what we're doing here, and it's really enjoyable, and the magnitude of this show is absolutely insane. I was blown away through the breeds, and I know I took a little longer. Some people that have showed under me know I like to usually roll at a good pace. I'm not going to rush through a show today, I promise you that. I want to make sure I give every kid their time, make sure I have the right ones here because I know how much effort goes into them. So if we got to take our time in a couple classes, we certainly will. I'll try to pick the speed up here when we have to. Every breed winner and champion and reserve to me represent where the sheep industry needs to go. They're very, very good stock. And ultimately, I thought there was one that just put everything together. Again, you talk about having the right power. If you like muscle, she's got it. If you like them built right and balanced and skeletally correct, she dang sure does that too. So I think she puts everything together in a wickedly, wickedly good package. It's a real close call for me, to be truthful with you, for reserve because there's so many good breed sheep that I think the world of and represent their population to a very, very high degree. If you guys would, one more time here. I won't take too long. We'll get you through your advantage show and your blacks, but give them a nice big round of applause here, and we'll grab you two in your purebred show.
And congratulations to Javen Sparks, our champion hamp from Hartshort, will be our Grand Ude. And congratulations to Grayson Bell from Marshall County, our reserve grand overall. Our grand trophy is being awarded by Cass Newell from here at OIE. We appreciate them and Devin doing our support for this great U show.
Those individuals on the outside line are now released. Put your hands together, show them our appreciation for their efforts.
Well, really good start to your lightweight advantage show, and I thought the sheep in 2 and 3, if you're going to make a call, really, really powerful sheep that are big in their muscle, big in terms of their back and power. I didn't read them just as smooth and as balanced and athletic in terms of their structure as the ewe lamb we lead out with. To me, she is near flawless from the profile. Just everything fits in the right direction. She's up and good in terms of her chest and her shoulder. I thought she was smoother and just more consistent down her top line than the sheep coming here in 2, and then she gets out in motion, just really flexible, very comfortable in her step, her athleticism and stride, a little better at the point of her blade, a little better down her top line than the sheep coming in 2, and just a beautiful maternal type of a look there from the side. Sweetie, I pulled you real quick because I thought your sheep, for as much power as she had, really had a good hind leg. When we studied her there in motion, she is really impressive from a 3/4 view, big, crisp rack, really powerful down her back and right in from behind. As we got her in comparison to our class winner from the profile, she gets a little plainer and deeper at the base of her chest and shoulder, and just a little inconsistent in the way her top line will hook together. I just didn't read her as smooth and as seamless, but that's a really nice pair I'd certainly listen to a discussion on. A lot of the same can be said about the ewe here in 3. At Park, she can certainly give them the business. She is big and powerful, really progressive from her shoulder to her hip. You have her absolutely dialed in terms of muscle and shape and touch when I get on top of her. I get her in motion, and for me, that's where she needs to be in the 3 spot. She's a little straighter off either end and just a little choppier and stiffer in terms of her movement, but I do like her power when she's standing still. A different story here on the UN4. She's really feminine to look at from the side. I love her side view profile. She's neat up through her front end. She's very good down her top line. I didn't think she was just as bold when I got right in behind her in terms of her hip and her pin set, a little frailer in terms of her feature. Got a great look there from the profile. Different story here. The young lady's sheep that comes here in 5 is really boxy, very powerful in terms of her forearm. Love her back shape and just her genuine power when I get right in behind her. In relation to a few sheep that go in front of you, I read her just a little off from chest to flank, a little deeper in her shoulder, and just a little stabby in terms of her hind leg structure. But a wonderful start there to your advantage division. I believe we have 2 or 3 classes of them. Going to be a good division here. Give them a nice round of applause here on a good start to this division.
In our Class 1 of Dorset Advantage, our class winner is Kendall Bonner from Stratford. Second is Ryland Fox from Taloga. In third is Kylie Bell from Dover. Fourth, Holly Remington from Glencoe. Fifth, Kenley Wallace from Cache. In sixth is Lauren Witt from Mulhor Orlando. Seventh, Chesney Hill from Zapalpa. Eighth place is Kyson Fox from Taloga. Ninth place, Stetson Nix from Winoka. 10th place is Kylie Wood from Oologah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just congratulate these kids as they exit the ring at this time.
This is a killer pair here on the top end, and I'd listen to a lot of justifications. At the end of the day, there's probably just a little bit more loin, a little more power in the ewe that comes here in 2. I prefer the youthfulness, the freshness through the base of their shoulder, and just when you get on top of them and study just length and extension, a really long-bodied, stylish sheep who I thought was more appropriate in motion in terms of the hinge of her shoulder, the length of her hip, and the step of her hind leg. And then still, she's no pancake. She's not built like me when you get in behind them. Is she as powerful as the ewe in second? Absolutely not. But she is not narrow in my opinion. She's wedged right, and she has a beautiful hind leg. When she gets out in motion, really tidy at the floor of her chest, her shoulder, really sleek in the way she's built up front. I'd maybe give her a little more flank, a little more loin, and a little bit more stifle in relation to the sheep there in 2. Young lady, I commend you because this one's a knothead, and she does not want to drive for you, and at times that'll make her spine roll up. But to me, when she's in motion, she does collect her top line very, very good. I read her more rigid in terms of her hind leg, a little sharper in the angle of it, and a little higher in her hip in relation to the base of her shoulder, and I just like to make her a little more youthful there, just at the base of her breastbone, her neck design, her chest floor, and you get on top of them. Although big and massive and stout, she's just a little staler in terms of her muscle shape, but she is packing a punch. I'm telling you what, when you get in behind her, I love her muscle. I love her thickness. Read her a little coarser, not as athletic as what I did our class winner. Standing still, this darker ewe has a lot of merit as well. She is broody. I mean, she is big in her rib, really capacious through her center body, really bold and opened up when I get in behind her. I thought she too was a little shorter and a little coarser up front, getting just a little stale here at her loin and the way it'll tie into her hip, a little rougher when I study her there in motion. Young lady's a killer hand though, and a big powerful ewe there in 3. Buddy, I really like your ewe here from the profile that comes in 4. She is sleek and slender up through her front end, has a real stylish feminine type of a look, and still very firm. When I get my paws on her down her top line, I'd like to open her up in her hip. When I get right in behind her, stouten her up in terms of her foot and bone, she goes in motion, and for being that pretty, she does want to elevate in terms of her spine, get a little shorter in terms of her step. But man, a really cool look there from the profile. Buddy, I pulled you real quick because I think this ewe just really stout. I mean, she has a big engine and big power when you get behind her, really big feature, and I love her back shape. She gets a little off from chest to flank. I'd like to make her more youthful at the base of her shoulder, dropping her and softening her there in her flank line. She too gets just a little high in her spine when I study her there in motion. But 5 very, very good Dorset Advantage spec sheep and a very good set down the line of them there. My compliments to you, your families, the people helping you. I'm bringing a really good Class 2 set of them.
And the results out of class number 2. First is Harper Minor from Caney Valley. Second, Molly Burleson from Atoka. In third is J.C. Manis from Boise City. Fourth, Karch Carlson from Sayre. In fifth, Adrian Bale from Medill. In sixth, Remington Bartbettler from Comanche County. Seventh place, McKinley Chill from Fairview. In 8th, Rory Reister from Oulagan. In 9th, Lexley Courtney from Mill Creek. In 10th in this class, Camilla Carter from Perkins Tryon.
I really like this advantage show, and I'm excited again to get to the commercials. A young lady's back with one that's kind of a spitting image, but a little different style of the sheep she had in the last class. Just overwhelming when you get right in behind her. Big feet, big rib cage, and really, really thick, out to her pins and her stifle. Again, she maybe gets just a little lower through her front end when I study her in motion. Collected, I think it still balances very, very good. I thought she was bigger at her loin edge, bigger than her hip, and stouter in her hind leg than the sheep that comes in behind. Again, make her a little more youthful through her shoulder, clean her up here at her dock and her pone, but past that, a very, very basic, stout, powerful brood ewe. I thought in terms of freshness, though, she still had the advantage. I really like the lines of the sheep in second. Here from the profile, she's probably more youthful and neater there at the base of her shoulder, her chest floor, and the way she wedges there from the profile. I like those things about her. As I get to her loin edge back, I'd like to modify her just a little bit. She fades at her loin, gets a little narrower in her tail set, and then her hind leg is just a little sharp, a little rigid for me, and she kind of gets up under herself when I study her there in motion. I think there's a lot of really unique pieces here, and this ewe that comes in third, her upper body is really impressive. Big, round rib cage. Her skin quality, her muscle shape, and texture to come with that length of body, I really, really like, and she's still thick and powerful when I get in behind her. She's so long-bodied, young lady, her underline kind of throws her off there from the profile. I just like to soften her in her flank, make her underline blend together a little nicer, build a little more flex into her hip and her hind leg. This ewe here needs to be a little fresher at her loin edge. She gets just a little wrinkled up in terms of her loin and not just as powerful from behind, but I thought feet and legs were really, really good. She's sound, she's good through her front end, and I thought very, very flexible. Would just like to open her up, young lady, when I get right in behind, freshen up her loin edge just a touch. A big, stout, powerful brood ewe comes in here next, and my goodness, she too, and when you get right in behind her, just overwhelming in terms of back shape, natural thickness, and true punch and power from end to end. I really, really liked. Standing still, I had her up the line just a little bit. We get her in motion. She wants to curl up in her spine, drop her hip, and get up under herself. Would like to just make her a little more youthful there. But man, really, really powerful. You've done a good job with her. Young lady, I want to talk about you in 6 because I think you're a marvelous hand. You do a great job presenting this to you, and I wanted to run her up because when you have her stuck, she's very nice. She's big-legged. She runs uphill, just a little soft and plain. When I get on top of her today, would like to free her up a touch in motion as well. But good into our advantage show. I'm looking forward to getting you a champion in reserve. My congratulations to all of them that showed in this division. Well, this was a heck of an advantage show, and as I said, I thought the purebreds were amazing. I expected nothing less here about these specs and Dorset advantages, and I know it's about to get real good, real fast here in just a second. But man, these class winners in seconds, again, awfully different, but I think represent such a good kind. Our first class, probably again a little more power than you in second, but I thought the build and the balance and skeleton of our class winner suited me really, really well. There's not a part of that ewe that's out of place from the profile. Young lady, we get her back here next to some more horses behind. Is she just as bold and as big in her cage and her power from behind? That's the call we have to make on her. But I sure do like her feet and her legs, and I like her skeleton, and you're a marvelous hand. You do a really, really good job. Probably like to rip her up and just open her up as I get in behind. That pair out of the second class, they hit me really hard, right in the temple the moment they came in, and I knew it was between them in the long run. Again, our class winner, she's not just the bubbliest butted, and I'll be the first to tell you that. But again, if you think she's built like me or she's built like a pancake, we see stock very different, because her three-quarter view is wildly good. She's wedged right, she's progressive, square in terms of her rump. Is she toting a boat or packing a wagon like the sheep in second? Probably not, but again, I think her skeleton, her extension, her structure is what won that group. And again, as I said, there is a stout monster there that stood second in class. I challenge you to get right in behind that ewe. She is so impressive in terms of her pin width, her stifle, her stoutness to the ground. I read her just a little coarser at the base of her chest, her shoulder, the way her hip and hind leg operated in motion. That's a pair, though, of Dorset Advantage females. You want to make a lot of money in the spec industry, I'd buy those two, no doubt about it. Last class, would like to fix the hind leg on the second place, would like to fix the front end and spine on your class winner. But an awesome group here. Give them one more big round of applause and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Well, our Dorset Advantage, our champion and reserve, both come out of class number 2. Our champion is Harper Miner from Caney Valley, and our reserve is Molly Burleson from Matoka. Well, as we work the first class of the commercial ewes, we'll go back to the yearlings on the Dorset Advantage. Our class winner was Molly Burleson. Second place was Ivy Ann Lips from Fairland. Our third place was Laney Alford from Coleman. I know I saw a fourth while ago. Fourth is Haley Henwick from Fox. Our fifth was Harper Cox from Marlowe. In sixth place is Callie Meeks from Jones. Seventh place, Mackenzie Morgan from Holdenville. Isabel Morphus of Butner was 8th. In 9th was Allie Runyon from Indiahoma. In 10th was Gretchen Young from Central High. Let's put our hands together as this group on the outside are excused from the ring at this time.
as we get started here in your commercial show. Boy, I'm looking forward to it. I've heard the talk about this show and the quality of it, and I know it's about to be really, really good. As you start in class 1 of a commercial show of 10 classes, I think we had every single shape, size, color, and denomination of a show sheep that you could ever have. So as we tried to whittle it down and put it together, I just didn't know that there was one I could dig on, and I don't want to be too critical. I hate guys that are critical on the microphone, but structurally, there were a lot of things we had to navigate in the group. I didn't think on the top 3 there was a perfect one in motion, so I park them. I put them from the side, and that's where I land on the young ladies here. They're going to go ahead and start. To me, her maturity curve and just where her chest, her front end, and her extra look and extension is why she beats the sheep here in 2 and 3. And when she gets out and goes, sometimes she wants to walk, sometimes she wants to be an absolute knothead. For this young lady and not get out and go for us, I would like to put more set into her hock. I would like to lengthen her hip in a perfect world, but her body shape, her balance, she has a show sheep look from the side. I preferred her maturity curve in her front end better than I did the sheep here in 2 and 3. The young man sheep here in 2, I pulled her quick there on the walk, just really powerful. I mean, she is stout from every angle you study her, really opened up, big in her power from behind. Buddy, as I take her from the top of her shoulder to the base of her chest, she's just too deep for me and runs downhill too much on us there in motion. Big, stout, really powerful type of a female. I still thought had the advantage though in terms of looseness in relation to the sheep in 3. The blue sheep in 3rd, from her shoulder back, I really, really like her. Really round in her body. She's full in her flank and square when I get into her rear view. We get her out in motion, and I think of those 3, it's the most dramatic in the way she'll run downhill. She's a little coarser and shorter in her cannon, her shoulder length, a little rounder and rougher cut there through her front end. I just had to make her more athletic and run uphill a little bit better to get her up there in the top pair. That's why I like this U in 4, and she just kept running up the line. For me, she's probably given up quite a bit when I get in behind her in terms of this pin set, stifle, and stoutness, but youthful, attractive, very, very good in motion. Just wanted to open her up and make her just a little denser throughout. We conclude here with a really, really stylish type of a ewe lamb. Very pretty in terms of her front end. I thought she would have fit really nice there in that Hampshire show in terms of being very fancy, attractive, athletic. In terms of her movement, young lady, when push came to shove, a little fragile and just a little closed up as I got right in behind her there. We got a couple of them here along the fence line. Real stout, powerful sheep. Maybe for me in terms of structure, I just couldn't get them up the line. But that was a great way to start here. I'm really looking forward to this commercial show. Pay them off with a nice big round of applause here if you guys would for me.
The results out of our first class of commercial use are class winners J.C. Padley of Guyman. Second place, Clayton Pro of Chandler. In third, Kendall Bonner from Stratford. Fourth place, Annie Thompson of Atoka County. In fifth, Morgan Branson from Mustang. In sixth, Finley McMahon from McAllister. In seventh place, Camden Colby from Laverne. In eighth place, Ava Bird from Payne County. Ninth place is Chloe Benson from Bing. And 10th is Reagan Azevedo. Reagan, I'm going to get your name wrong all day. Azevedo from Mustang. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these kids on a job well done as they exit the ring at this time.
I love this class. I think the quality is just going to get deeper here as we move through Division One. We got a pair of them here that when they're locked and loaded, they have the right type of eye appeal. For me, the maturity curve, the style is really, really good. I thought both of them in motion, very, very athletic, very, very sound. Yet at the same time, maybe the ewe in second will get a little choppy out of her front end. The ewe up that wins maybe will rise in her spine ever so slightly. You get to a three-quarter view, and that's where the decision has to be made. In this particular group, to me, you could fit the ewe in second inside. The one we start with, this is a really, really progressive one. When you talk about wedging livestock, making them slim up front, but big from behind, her shoulder lays in her, her body shape is so round, and she is perfect to me in terms of her loin, her length, her squareness, her rump structure is all really, really good. And I think, again, when they go into motion, her flexibility off either end is really, really good. She's maybe not just as slim at the point of her shoulder, and she will just kick up in her spine ever so slightly. To me, functionality, though, is certainly in check, and she just owns her from a cage perspective when you get right in behind them there. I love the outline. If we just stood them still and took a picture, I think this ewe in second gives her all the business. Big, big legs and a wild look there up through her front end. Draws back really good in terms of lines and stretch and looseness there. As I alluded to, the big decision for me, as you get to a three-quarter view, she's more concaved in her rib cage. She flattens in her loin. She closes in her pins. And then again, to call her the pretty, perfect athlete, she gets out in motion, and she's just too choppy for me. And the way she moves off either end, I want to see her grab the ground with just a little more comfort. Again, we freshen her loin edge up. We broaden her from behind. We free her up. That pair's really, really close. Buddy, I like yours a lot standing still as well. From a three-quarter view, she's got more power than the sheep we have right in front of you. Really bold in her cage, really powerful and square when I get in behind her. I'd like to redesign her underline. Just there from her chest to her flank, she's a little longer shouldered, a little deeper there in terms of her underline. We get her going in motion as well. We'll just run downhill a little too much on us. Man, you're a marvelous hand, though, and from a three-quarter view, there's a lot of merit in that particular sheep. I pulled this one quick because, my goodness, is she powerful and very, very stout, and I thought she had to be here in the top five. Big, big back, big engine, and big power when you get in behind her. Sweetie, for me, just the kind of stock she represents is just a little quicker in terms of her maturity curve, a little shorter through her front end, a little straighter in her structure. Just like to reorganize that ewe when we set her there in motion. A lot of the same can be said about your sheep here, buddy. Really fresh, very good in terms of her muscle shape. I like her stoutness, her features she has to her. I get her here from the side or in motion, just becomes a little coarser at the base of her shoulder, a little softer in her top line, a little shorter in her hip, just like to make her better in terms of her skeleton, but big stout pieces, really good breeding piece for the young man. Would just like to redesign her structure there on us there. So we work down the line here. We got a sheep in sixth I want to talk about because the young lady, again, in terms of this balance and eye appeal is really, really good. Closes up a little too much from behind there. So good class, good discussion on the top pair of them there. My congratulations. Give them a nice hand here as they're exiting, please.
And the results out of class number 2. Our class winner, Cambry Moore from Canute. Second, J.C. Oldenburg from Latta. Third, Mark Raper Jr. from Chandler. In fourth in that class, Emmy Anashut from Payne County. In fifth is Andrea Carter from Payne County. Sixth place is Sarah Parks from Stillwater. In seventh, Kelsey Penderson from Pryor. Eighth place is Alyssa Hobson from Wayne. In ninth,
and running uphill and having a good hind leg, a fresh look, and athletic style. I like just her body turn, her freshness. For me, again, and where she starts beating the other sheep, she's so much better in terms of the base of her chest and her underline than the sheep in 2. Same can be said about 3, yet she does it better at her loin, square, and her hip and hind leg, like her athletic hind leg, better than 4, more muscle than 5. So to me, she kind of just puts it all together. Again, I didn't pull her right away. I'm man enough to admit it. I thought that was a very, very good sheep to start. The Blue U here in 2, really, really powerful. She's boxy, she's moderate, she's opened up, and I like her rib cage very, very well. The longer she was out here, I just thought she was too low to the ground, a little deeper in terms of her chest and front end, a little plainer compositionally there. I like this ewe on a first impression because I thought she was nice in her neck design, very fresh and aggressive in terms of her type and kind. The longer she's out here, to me, she starts to become more pronounced at the base of her chest, her breastbone, and her shoulder, and then you start about just lines and athleticism. To me, the way her loin will hook into the top side of her hip, the way she's built and her hind leg in motion is just too rigid, too sharp, and too stabby for me. I'd like to fix her rear third. If we do so, I think there's a lot of good parts and pieces there. Same song, again, different verse on the Blue U here in 4. When she's locked and loaded, there's a lot to love. From her hock joint up, she can be a player in this particular division, really puny in terms of her neck and shoulder. I love her body shape. I love her width progression when I get behind them. If I'm going to sit here on a pedestal and tell you I like watching them walk and I like them in motion, I just couldn't live with her hind leg structure, buddy. I just wanted to make her more athletic, more flexible in the way her hind leg was designed. I thought about running this ewe up very good ways because I think in terms of just structural correctness, eye appeal, and design, she's very, very good. Young lady, again, the longer we're out here and we get to a 3/4 view, she becomes the narrowest in terms of her back, the worst in terms of her loin edge, and I just had to stouten and power her up when I got right in behind her. If she had a little bit more muscle, a little bit more power, I'd work her up there into the top 3. I thought she just ran out of steam as I worked right in behind them there. So that was a very difficult class, a lot of differences to talk about, but again, I wish you guys luck. As you keep going down the road, that was a very, very tough division. We'll get a bow on it here and get you a champion in reserve.
And the results out of our class number 3, our class winner is Haley Dallas from Keys. In second, Emmy Anishut from Payne County. In third is Keaton Halley from Moore. Our fourth place in this class is Luke Bonner from Stratford. In fifth is Lillian Stevens from Guthrie. In sixth is Clancy Broom from Dover. Seventh place is Cooper Maxwell from Mays County. 8 is Keegan Halley from Moore. In ninth is Miley Eggman from Walters. And 10th in this class is Raina Ward from Oakdale. We're now working on our fourth class, and then we'll have division champ after that. Let's give these kids a congratulations. They exit the ring at this time, please.
Well, around ringside, this is one of those classes where at the end of the division, I'm willing to pump the brakes because I want to make sure as we get to the end here that I got the stock I want here to represent this particular drive. Before we talk the stock, man, there are some good kids and good showmen, good sheep that didn't even make the pull in this class. This is one of those where you kind of sit back, the heart rate goes to 180, and you redline. They're real good. Would you give them a nice big round of applause here before we talk the livestock? As you work down the line, again, there are sheep in 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 that win a lot of state fairs and win a lot of sheep shows. And I'm sure at the county show, the district show, they were the studs and they were the players. Unfortunately, there are some wild critters here amongst the front line of them. Ultimately, I thought the structure split came between the top two. I like their movement. I like their structure and design and motion a little bit better than I did 3, 4, and 5. Between the players up front, there was no question in my mind who your class winner was when they walked in the gate. This thing right here, I have no poker face, and she to me is where we need to go here in this industry. She won't be just the shallowest at the base of her chest floor, and again, 5 years ago I would have beat her for it. But the way everything blends together from front to rear, and more importantly, her structure to me, when you watch her go in motion, her lines stay exactly where they need to. She hinges out of her front end, and she has a beautiful hind leg that gets out and grabs the show surface. And then she, again, no pancake. She's got muscle to burn, looks to kill. I like that one very well. She hit me super hard when she came in. I thought this ewe in second, man, from her loin edge forward, she plays ball with her, and there's no doubt about it. She had a glaring hole to me in relation to what our class winner does, and that's right where her loin hooks into her upper hip. She'll kick up just a little bit in terms of her dock, soften at the base of her loin edge. From there forward, again, she gives them all they want in terms of being skinny and flashy in her neck design. Her shoulders laid in and wedged correctly. Underline is superb. Hind leg structure's immaculate. I thought she got just too easy there in her loin and the way it hooked into her rump structure. That's a pair, though. We've said many times, I will not forget those two sheep for a very long time. I like them very well. Congrats to those two. Standing still, my impression on 3 and 4 are just right there with them. They're maybe not just as extended up through their front end or a knee at the point of their shoulder. I made my calls on these two as we set the ponies loose and studied them in motion. This ewe here in third, from a 3/4 view, is how they need to be built. Her body shape is so round. Her pin bone is huge, and her touch is just spot on and maxed out. I mean, there is not a part of her from the top side that's out of place. Big, hard, square back, real big-ended and rump type of a female. Again, I got to ask myself, we're to the end of a division, and who knows, the D1 might win this show at the end of the day. Could I stand behind the way her spine hooks into her loin? Could I stand behind her depth of shoulder and her depth of chest in motion? That's what I had to make the call on. To me, when she's still, she can be second. When she goes in motion, she'll fall out in her chest and her shoulder. She'll elevate in her spine. She'll shorten in her hip. I just didn't read her as athletic as the pair in front. Goodness, though, you get right behind her, there's some wow factor, some wow pieces. This blue ewe in 4, again, those that know me know I love a good blue, and she has some wild breeding parts and pieces that push the envelope. That is a ginormous front foot and forearm, and everything about her reads dense. It reads stout. Big square stifle, really opened up and true to the ground. Love her bone, love her feature. Standing still, she can be right there with them. To me, when she goes out in motion, she's just not athletic enough. She's the shortest necked and the longest shouldered at the top end. She's the shortest and the choppiest in her stride off either end, and I just had to make her more athletic. When the stock took to the surface, she gets a little raw at her loin edge, a little tight off either end. If she goes better, she can push for second. I had to make the call. I didn't think she was athletic enough in terms of her front structure as we watched the livestock get out and boogie. I thought this ewe in 5, a lot of the same here from the profile. She comes with more stretch and more extension even than the two sheep that go out in front. Really good from the side. I needed to soften her in her flank, and mainly as I get right in behind her, she just flattens too much. In terms of her hip design, her stifle, and her pin bone, I needed to broaden her, soften her in her flank, and see her as well, just a little bit more athletic. Again, good stock all the way down the line. That's a class, a top 5 that I'm sure a lot of people will jumble different ways. I thought your class winner set the tone there in motion. Give them a big round of applause here if you guys would. That was an excellent group.
And the results of our fourth class, our class winner, Javen Sparks from Hartshorn. Second is Lorraine Cox from Elgin. In third is Delaney Moore from Canute. Fourth place, Kobe Scroggins from Tuttle. In fifth is Lorraine Cox from Elgin. Sixth place, Mariah Hensby from Thackerville. In seventh is Cannon Lawley from Haskell. In eighth place, Tyann Stacy from Oakdale. In ninth place in this class is Paisley Reed from Winoka. And 10th in this class is Raina Ward from Oakdale. We're now ready for our Division I champion show.
Well, around ringside, again, I told you after Class 3, that was the end of the division. Dr. Fitch lied to me over there. We had 4, and my goodness, was this a division? They were so good, and it's everything I could have hoped for as we started this U show. And I'll tell you right here, right now, in a breeding U show, I don't care what they weigh. I'm willing to pull the trigger and take these things the long haul if we need to, because there's a couple of them out here that light me up, and man, they're built the way I like them. We started out with a pair, or just a first class, as we talked about. There were a mosh pit of different kinds and types that were real challenging just to figure out where you wanted to go. Ideally, I'd make our class winner a little more flexible. Past that, though, body shape's incredible, with progressions on target, got a beautiful look through her front end. Probably doesn't have the same kind of looseness and structure and athleticism as a couple of these ponies here behind her, but a really, really good one. Little guy over there, hey, you're a workhorse, man. You do a good job, and you got a big stouty that you brought to town. Real powerful, real muscular, runs downhill just a little too much for me. We got into Class 2, and that's where I thought we jumped or took it to another level there, if you would. Our second place has just a killer look there when she's loose and natural. That's the best view I like of her right there, just loose and shown in her natural state. Loin edge isn't big enough, hip isn't broad enough, and she'll get just a little tight when we study her there in motion. I thought your class winner here, she's right there in the thick of things. I promise you that. Her body shape is something I just love. The way her rack sits onto her forerib, she is really busted open and expansive, big and square in terms of her rump, and matches it all the way to the surface. We talked. I think she balances really, really nicely. In motion, I call her very athletic in terms of her structure and her hind leg posture. I just kind of get her top line to come together perfectly for myself. She'll rise up in her center spine. She'll weaken in her loin. She's got a pinch of chest, a pinch of shoulder for me, but it all makes sense. It correlates. She's in the mix because she's round-bodied, she's big-ended, and yet she's still very, very flexible in the way she gets out and boogies. ponies. I thought Class 3, a lot like the first class of Hamps, one of the toughest classes I've ever judged. There's a lot of different types and kinds there. I told you I'm man enough to admit it. I didn't pull your class winner right away, but she gets out here, and to me in her class, she had to be the class winner because she represents what I try to do in terms of keeping them up and out and elevated through their front end, right in their chest and shoulder, yet wedged correctly in terms of her body shape. And she's the freshest one of that class by a country mile. When you got on top of her, she's not near stout enough amongst this grouping and gets just a little plain butted and just a little generic there from the profile. Second place, big and stout, a little low to the ground for me. We got into this last class, and I told you, man, there were 5 of them there that hit me really, really hard. I'd fix the hip just a little bit there in her second place, but other than that, she is deadly to look at there through her front end. Get you a look there of your class winner. Again, I told you, a critic will tell you she's not just the shallowest at the point of her shoulder, but we let the stock loose and study the ponies on the run. That's how I like them built. Again, at the end of the day, I'm going to revert back to spine, structure, and athleticism. And when you can come with that looseness and that type of power, very, very hard to do. To me, it just kind of falls in line on who your champion reserve and third in this division. Very, very good stock represented throughout. Boy, I'm proud of them. And again, I'm not not afraid to pull the trigger on them if we need to. I'll take these the long haul if we need to through the rest of the day. Give them a big round of applause here. We're going to grab you 3 that I love. I wish you guys luck as you keep showing these sheep.
In our Division 1, our champions exhibited by Javen Sparks from Hartshorn, our reserve, LaRae Cox from Elgin, and our third and bronze in that division is Cambry Moore from Canute. We're now ready for our 5th class of commercial ewes. Let's congratulate these kids on the outside here for a great job today.
Well, a really good leapfrog here into your next division. And to me, once again, as we just stay true to the type and kind that I'm trying to find and build on through the duration of a sheep show, I'm just super comfortable with the structure of our class winner. To me, she's built better in terms of the angle of her shoulder, the way her chest floor sits into her. And I thought she just had more set and more bend and give in terms of her hind leg and hip than the sheep coming directly in behind. Again, she's maybe not just as round in terms of her forerib or just as big and bold in terms of her back and her pin set as a sheep coming right in behind her. But to me, her flexibility, still running uphill and giving us a very good image from the profile. Most importantly, though, it's the set of her hind leg, the travel of her structure to why she wins this particular drive. I thought this ewe in second couldn't get out of the top end just because of all the breeding pieces and things to build on. Her rib cage is just immaculate. When you get to a 3/4 view, she's bigger back, she's bigger ended than the sheep coming here in 3. I thought they both had a couple structure things to add on, but her pin bone, stifle, base width, back shape, and touch is off the charts and dialed in. To me, right here from the profile, she shifts more weight to her front end. She disconnects in her loin, kicks up there in her hip, just too tight in terms of her hind leg. We free her up. She can win the class. I just didn't think she was loose enough to beat that class winner. Now, I think the same thing can be said here about the sheep coming in 3. Really, really good in terms of her balance from the outside. She's stout-legged. She's really good behind her shoulder. I think in relation to the sheep in front, though, you get to a 3/4, not as big at her loin, not as big at her hip in relation to her, and then she too in motion will just get too choppy, and her stride off either end for me will shift more weight downhill, kick up there in her hip, and plant straighter in terms of her hind leg. I get views of this blue ewe where I really, really like her. And then again, a few things that add up on her for me. Of those grouping of them, she's not just as good when you get in behind in terms of squareness of rump. She gets a little soft in her loin as well. She's got a real striking presence through her neck and her shoulder standing still. To me, in motion, she'll kick up in her hip as well and weaken in her loin. And then she's sharp and just up under herself in terms of her hind leg structure. To me, of those 3, they all had glitches. When I study them there in motion, she gave up the most to me in terms of body shape, pin set, and base width and stoutness when I got right in behind that trio. The young lady sheep that rounds out your top 5, of those 3 that we just discussed, is by far the prettiest and the most attractive, and I wanted to run her up because I love her structure. I just didn't think she was bold enough or stout enough when I stepped in behind. She's the plainest pinned and just the most nondescript there from a rear view, but a darn nice one in terms of structure there. So good class to start this division. A lot of differences. I thought your class winner won when we set him in motion.
And the results out of class number 5, our class winner, Haley Williams from Payne County 4-H. Second is Laney Allen from Canute. In third is Creighton Rogers from Tecumseh. In 4th place in this class, Adrian Bell from Madill. Our 5th place is Camden Colby from Laverne. In 6th is Kayla Venable from Alec. 7th place is Blakely Seltzer from Oologah. In 8th place in this class is Kaylee Tanner from Cache. 9th is Clancy Broom from Dover. And 10th in this class is Kaylee Hammond from Ripley. Well, let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring. Great job.
Another incredible class. Very, very good from end to end. A lot of depth can be had. The way I saw it shaken out is, again, I thought our class winner took some of the power, the body shape, the underlying quality of the sheep in second, with a little more of the athleticism and eye appeal of the sheep that comes here in 3. To me, that ewe is just so hard to pick holes in. Is she just as big and bubbly in terms of her back and butt as the ewe in second? Probably not. Is she just as slim and slender and as big in her hind leg as the ewe here in 3rd? Again, I don't think that's the truth. But to me, her underlying balance is good. She's beautiful on her feet and legs. And I thought in terms of structure, balance, and fitting together with a nice type of look and balance there from the profile, just hit me the most complete here. And I don't love using that word because, again, I know it takes freaks to make a lot of money, but I just felt way more comfortable with her structure than the sheep in second, and then her underlying balance, her lower body, and her width progression better than the sheep in 3rd. If you want to use the sheep in second standing still, not going to thumb wrestle you. Again, I'm a scrawny fella. Anybody here can beat me up. I promise you that. What I see in the sheep is she is crazy round in her body shape. She is big and stout and powerful when you get right in behind her. Standing still, she can win the class. She's too short in her hip for me. Too short in her hip and too round in her hock and just too deep up there through her chest and her front end. Marvelous breeding piece in terms of cage quality, width progression, and power from behind. I just couldn't get her out to balance and measure up because her hip's so short, and in motion it kind of just threw off her balance as I study her there on the go. If the ewe in 3rd was rounder in her forerib, bigger in her loin, and better in her flank, I could start her. To me, as we step out here from the profile, to call her the pretty sheep, I got to redesign her underline a little bit. She's a little plainer from her chest floor back into her flank, and it kind of throws off just her lower body balance. And then I get to a 3/4 view and not as big at her loin edge, her forerib, or her pin bone as the sheep that goes out in front of you, buddy. And I just didn't read her as good in her lower body as the sheep that starts. You fell into the 3 spot with a darn nice one. Hampy feature, big-legged, up-fronted. I just couldn't live with the way her underline came together. A real complete sheep comes in 4, and she's good on her feet and legs. She's smooth there from the profile. I read her just too stale in terms of her touch and her tone when I got on top of her. I wanted to expand her rib cage, make her just a little fresher in terms of her touch and her muscle texture. Buddy has one here to round out your top 5 that's real powerful. I love her just hip and her stifle from behind. Buddy, she's built just a little rounder in her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip. I just didn't read her as athletic when I study her there in motion. You're a good little showman, though, and you got a powerful sheep there to round out your top 5. Give them all a good hand here and a good group there. Tough top trio. I thought the structure of your class winner needed to win.
And the results out of the class number 6. Our class winners, Harvey Williams, Payne County. Second place, Sadie Allen from Canute. In 3rd is Jameson Scott, Central High. 4th place, Kayla Venable from Ellick. 5th place is Maverick Purtle from Washington County. 6th place, Camilla Carter from Perkins Tryon. In 7th is Blakely Stelzer from Oologah. In 8th place in this class is Riley Harlan from Mustang. 9th is Peyton Meyer from Chisholm. That's 9th. And 10th is Annie Hogston from Ponca City. We're now working on our 7th, class number 7, our final class in this number 2 division. Well, once again, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these kids as they exit the ring.
As we put an end here on our next division, it's been a real tough division, and I think we're going to have an interesting drive here in a few. Maybe it hasn't come together just because there's been so many different types and flavors there for us. Ideally, I'd make our class winner just a little bigger when I get right in behind her in terms of her pins and her stifle. But just like I've tried to do through the duration in each and every class, she's the one I like the best. As we step back here from the profile, we study the livestock in motion. She's still tucked up good at the point of her shoulder. She's wedged right there in her chest floor and her shoulder blade. Really good in her underline progression. Love her looseness. Love her athleticism when she gets out there and goes into motion. She's still very square and very genuine and very fresh. When you get right in behind her, she's just got a Mack truck standing in the second spot. And if you compare those two, there's certainly more muscle in the sheep there in second. But she's got a beautiful FF look that I'd love to breed on in terms of feet, legs, organization. Just need to power her up just a click. Real stouty comes here in 2, and she is so fundamental in so many areas. Her rib cage is ginormous. She's really powerful. When I get right in behind her, simply put, she's fresher in terms of her rib, fresher in her loin than the sheep come in here in 3. And I still like her rear pastern set and her looseness out of her front end in motion. But in relation to our winner, just a little shorter in terms of her front end, a little plainer in terms of her balance. This ewe from the outside and standing still I really like. She is really nice up through her front end, got a swoopy belly line, a real good stretch there from the profile. As I dive in deeper, she's too weak in terms of her rear pastern. When you take her from the ground up, she's the narrowest set in terms of her pin bone, and then her body shape and just her loin edge is just too stale for me. And then we get her out in motion, she'll twist out in her front feet, she'll soften in her pastern and just get a little too choppy on us in terms of her movement. Again, a lot like the sheep in second. I think the ewe in fourth, really powerful in terms of her back and her muscle. Just separates too much for me in terms of her loin edge and her upper hip. Gets a little deeper there through the front third of her body. We got a real fundamental sheep to come in 5. She's broody, she's massive, she's got a lot of dimension to her. Just starting to push the hill in terms of maturity for me. I'd like to make her more youthful and just a little fresher and more honest in terms of her condition. We could peel her back just a little bit. So real tough group. Once again, a very tough division. Again, I wish you guys luck. You keep hauling these ewes on a good class, good end here to Division 2.
And the results out of class number 7, our class winner is Harper Langston from Jones. Second is Harvey Williams from Payne County. In third is Austin Matthews from Kenta. Fourth, Maria Richards from Stillwater. Fifth place in this class is Lisa Kennedy from Whitesboro. Sixth place is Presley Harrison from Big Pasture. In seventh is Anna Stevens from Guthrie. Our eighth place is Kenzie Woods from Mustang. Ninth is Cooper Hunt from Atoka. And 10th is Ketcher Kirk from Oak Mission.
As I kind of alluded to in that last class, I thought this division was really challenging. And again, I could see some critics around ringside, or I'm sure I'll get some messages online about liking a different one, or maybe switching a couple pairs through this division. That's completely fine with me. I just hope, again, we can see the stock that I'm looking at here, and I tried my best just to describe it. I know people think I get long-winded and talk too much, but I don't like going to livestock shows and not knowing why I got beat. So I try to tell you why and point out the exact area here. Tough division. I thought the first two very different. The second place, real big backed, real powerful. Just want to redesign her hip and her hind leg. Your class winner's just a shade generic. If you're going to call a spade, she could be bigger in her body shape. She could be a little more powerful from behind, but runs uphill, very good legged. I like the bends. I like the angles. When we get to the second class, there were three of them I really, really liked in that division trio that were really, really tough. Your third place, she was wild to look at through her front end, had big, hampy legs, got just a little snug in terms of her flank and her underline. We got a real powerful breeding piece that lands second, and out of this grouping, she probably has as many far-reaching pieces in terms of body shape, width progression, stifle, and power. I just got a little round and short in terms of her hip in relation to what our class winner was. Our class winner, again, I don't love using the word complete on livestock because I know it takes some extras to win big sheep shows and to make a lot of money, but there's just not a big hole in this ewe. The longer we walk her, she's flexible. The more you study her ribs big and her engine's big, yet still she balances very, very nicely here from the profile. Is she blessed with just the biggest, ginormous legs that we've seen in the show? Probably not. Is she just perfect at the base of her chest and her shoulder? Also probably not. But to me, she looks like a female. Her body shape's really good, and she is extra functional and very, very athletic when we go in motion. We just concluded with a very nice class. We talked about your second place, getting just a little deeper, a little tighter in motion. Our class winner out of class 3, I really like there from her loin edge forward. She's good to look at. She's good in her belly. Out here, she looks a little plain in terms of her hip, her pin set, her stifle, and then she's just a little fragile. As you take her from the ground up, and to call her perfect built, we could still shave off a little bit of her shoulder blade. So I think there's a lot of discussion. We're going to drop in a couple here in this lineup that are going to be in the mix. To me, there's one of them that's just super hard to fault. I like the little young man out of class 2. He's holding your champion. Give him a good hand here if you guys would. Well, again, I just think that champion's just so hard to fault, yet still pushes the envelope very well. We are missing a third here in this class that I thought would be right here in the hunt of things. She got a little slinky in her belly, a little plain in terms of her rib cage and her body shape, but certainly a very interesting division. The next one I like, it just pushes the envelope in terms of body shape, progressions. I read her just a little short in her hip, but I thought she had too many far-reaching pieces to be left out. I like the young lady's second to our champion to be reserve. We drop in that third. As I said, I think this is where the discussion comes between our Class 1 and then our Class 2 third. Class 1's really fundamental, but she's pretty flat in terms of her rib cage and just a little plain in terms of her hip. Just like to freshen that U up. I would like to give our Class 2 third just a little more belly, but past that, just her function of her hind leg, her athletic look, her skin quality, I think is the next most intriguing amongst this division. I'd like her to be third. Congrats to him.
Well, congratulations to our Division II champion, Harvey Williams from Bain County. Reserve, Sadie Allen from Canute. And our third of bronze in this division, Jamison Scott of Central High. Young people, as they exit the ring at this time, please.
was we had discussed there. I thought Division II was really, really challenging, and I've tried to tell you, hey, when I love one, and yet when I have some concerns on a few in an area, I'll try to tell you those things. If you could tell about Division I and the champion of that division, I was pumped up and very, very excited. Here we go again. I think this ewe that leads out is a bad cat, and she is real fun to look at. Again, just like the last one, if you like muscle, she's got it in bulks, and she is real good in terms of her width progression, and then she has a drop dead sexy look there from the profile. Really good in her underline balance, her length of hip, her hind leg step, athleticism and posture. Where we're at in maturity, getting near the last division, to have that puny of a neck, that good of a shoulder blade, that progression, and just fresh look, fresh eye appeal, and beautiful structure and stride. I like that one. Again, I want you to leave a class when I really like one and think you have a shot. She's got a shot. I like that one real well. I thought as you went down the line, we had a lot of differences between 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's more muscle between 3, 4, and 5. I like the skeleton and the feet and legs of the blue ewe. She is beautiful up through her front end, very youthful through her shoulder. Love her structure, her basic build when she gets out in motion. Not as round in her rib, not as big at her loin, just doesn't have the same density and power as what our class winner has. Really like the thickness, standing still of the ewe here in third. Really big at the top side of her hip, stout in her feature, big in her rib cage. For me, she's a little too short measuring. She's a little short in her body length, a little more compact and compressed together, and I'd just like to lean her up a shot through her chest floor, her shoulder, and right there around her tail head. There's a lot of intriguing pieces again here in this ewe that lines in 4, and standing still, she can work up the line. It's in a third or even second. Very creasy, bubbly, and powerful when you get in behind her. She's just too much for me in motion. In terms of her movement out of her front end, really choppy and restricted. I read her just a little deep, a little coarse, a little mature. Certainly a lot of power in terms of breeding value there. The young lady's ewe that comes in 5s, really round in terms of her rib and very fresh down her top side, and really from her hock up, I really like her. Just gets too straight for me in terms of her hock design, a little forward in terms of her shoulder and her knee. Super fresh though when you get on top of her. That's why I worked her up there. That was a really good class to start us off. Again, I love that class winner and what she represents. If you would, give them a nice round of applause here as they exit.
And the results out of class number 8. Our class winner is Laney Allen from Canute. Second, Hannah Hayes from Chisholm. In third, Skylar Dooley from La Mega. Fourth place is Kobe Scroggins from Tuttle. In fifth is Kaylee Tanner from Cache. Sixth place is Brooklyn Wetzel from Manford. In 7th in this class is Brendan Mullins from Keys. 8th place, Peyton Gillum from Stillwater. 9th place is Audrey McCaslin from Perkins Tryon. And 10th is Zane Belt from Dover. Well, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit the ring. Great job, kids.
This is a really good class, and just again, transparency-wise, I wasn't sure what to get as we went to this last division. We bumped the stats up real quick. The last few classes, I really like a lot of these sheep here. To me, as we get the top two up, they're just so fresh and genuine still at this stage of the game. I like their balance from the outside. To me, the one that's just more unique from an underlying quality, length and levelness of hip and structure perspective is the one we go ahead and lead out with. Of the young ladies, at times she will get just a little easy in her spine, but you get her out, and I think that just is true to her flexibility, her looseness, her movement. She's better in terms of her neck design, her shoulder wedge, the way her underline flows from end to end, and then she's just squarer and leveler in terms of her rump design in relation to the blue sheep that comes in behind. Standing still, I really do like a lot of parts and pieces of this blue ewe. She is extra bubbly in terms of her lower stifle, really stout in terms of her front foot and her forearm, and it blends and balances together in a very appropriate package. As I take her from the top of her shoulder to the base of her chest and the way her underline balances out, I don't think it's just as youthful and unique as the one we lead out with. Then we get her out in motion, just a little short, a little round in the way her rump's constructed, but I like those two very well. There's a lot of really unique things too about this white featured ewe that lands here in 3. She is really stout and at the ground in her foundation, and very smooth in the way everything fits together. To me, of the top 3, she's the stalest by some margin. When you get in onto them, she's very flat. To me, in terms of her body shape, just a little rounded off at her loin, a little more pronounced in her spine, and she too will get just a little rounder in her hip and her hind leg. Very stout, powerful. You comes here in 4, extra dimensional, extra powerful when you get right in behind her. For me, just a little high in her hip, a little low in her loin, a little rougher cut. When we study her there in motion, we'll run downhill on us just a little bit. I wanted to gravitate towards this blue ewe because I think from the outside, very impressive. She's big-legged, she's smooth, she's loose in terms of her movement. I thought she just got too easy in terms of her back line, a little too plain and vanilla. As I stepped in behind her and got my hands on her, I'd just like to freshen and firm that ewe up, but a very nice one from the outside. Another good group, 6 down through 10 or 11 really. I thought this was as deep of a class as we've had. They deserve a nice round of applause here as they're leaving us, please.
And the results in our class number 9, our class winners, Lorraine Cox from Elgin. Second is Javen Sparks from Hartshorn. In third in this class is Presley Johnson from Boise City. Fourth is Hayes Wilson from Okfuskee County. In fifth place is Austin Matthews from Kenta. Sixth is Haley Nail from Woodward. Seventh place is Peyton Mayer from Chisholm. In eighth place, Skylar Dooley from Lamega. In ninth, Blakely Riles from Keys. And 10th is Paige Gwynn from Owasso. We're now ready for Class 10. Well, as these kids leave the ring, let's put our hands together and congratulate them on a job well done.
Our last class here before our yearling division, and we got a marvelous pair here. To me, the one that leads out's just more youthful there at the base of her chest, the way her lower body runs, and then just fresher when you get on top of her as well. I read her naturally bigger in terms of her hip, a little more genuine from behind in terms of her pin bone, her stifle, the way her rump's constructed, and then very flexible in terms of her hind leg, very good in terms of a feminine type of look there from the profile. Just runs uphill better, a little stronger in terms of her top. a little better out of her hip and hind leg to me. I pulled this ewe very quick because I think there's a lot of quality here. Really good in her lower stifle, big and stout at the ground, and a long body type of a ewe. For me, she's probably getting just a little mature there through the base of her chest and doesn't want to hold her top line together as good. And then you get on top of them and just a little staler. And the way she touches and pets there over her loin and right here out of the top side of her hip. I'd just like to freshen her up, make her naturally bigger as I step right in behind her there. I really like just the basic build and outline here of the ewe that comes in third. She's good in terms of her lower body. She's functional in terms of her feet and legs. I just read her a little more compressed in relation to those two, a little shorter bodied, a little thicker fronted, and not just as thick and stout as I stepped right in behind her there. Buddy, you've done a good job all day, and you get this thing wrangled up and put together from the profile in a really good manner. She is real long in terms of her top line, level out of her hip, plenty of power, plenty of muscle. Buddy, I take you, a good showman, out of her and put her in motion, and she gets just a little too deep in terms of her front end, a little coarser in her chest and shoulder, and just a little rounder in her hip, spine, and hind leg, just like to make her sounder as I step her there in motion. Another real complete one that comes in 5. She's maternal, she's broody, she's still very fresh at this stage of the game. I didn't think she had the same muscle. As I stepped in behind her, as relation to the top 4, I'd just like to power her up. But a good group down the line once again. I know we're getting to the end, people are starting to leave, but if you're still around ringside, these kids are working hard in this heavyweight division. If you would give them a nice hand, please.
And the results out of class number 10. First place goes to J.C. Allen from Canute. Second, Channing Bass from Manford. In third is Emerson Belt from Dover. Fourth, Grayson Bell from Marshall County. Fifth place, Hannah Kane from Mustang. In sixth, Ivy Ann Lips from Fairland. In seventh place is Emma Canada from Bing. In eighth place is Zoe Chaplin from LaFleur County. Our ninth place is Molly Burleson from Atoka. And 10th in this class is H.B. Wright from Canute. We're now working on our yearling U class. We need all our first, second, and thirds out of class 8, 9, and 10 to be in the holding area. This will be our last class of the day. As far as classes, let's put our hands together as these kids exit the ring. Proud of these kids. They've done a great job. While we're working on the very last class of the day, I think we do need to go ahead and kind of recognize some people have been doing a lot of work in the background and doing things. Dr. Jerry Fitch, Darren Anishut, Tammy Klein, Dan McKeever, Case Igasol, Peyton Burns, and Sean Hillary. Thank y'all for all of your hard work. Let's put our hands together and can thank those that have been working behind the scene.
A really good group of yearlings to bring us to the end, and we do have a big spread in terms of maturity and where these sheep are at. The one I kept coming back to, though, not only is the stoutest, the thickest, the most powerful, I still like the way she uses her structure when we study her there in motion. Very bent back, very angular in terms of her stride. Not the most youthful there in terms of just her loin edge, but again, where we're at in development, I call her very fresh, and she's still got a good definition over her rack. Very, very good when you get right in behind her. I thought her lower body and just her structure and length of hip was better than 2, more athletic than 3, more power than 4, better built than 5. I thought she kind of just put it all together there in a class-winning role. This sheep in second's definitely more youthful and a little more immature in terms of her touch and just her freshness when you get onto her. A little deeper in her shoulder blade, a little shorter in her hip. I didn't read her just as good when we studied them there in motion. Real solid one, standing still, lands up here in 3. She's opened up, she's big-ended. I like her power. For me, in motion, she'll get too tight in terms of her spine, a little too high in her hip, and a little choppy there on the go. A real solid one, lands here in 4. I really do like her from the outside looking in. She's smooth, she's sound, she's good in terms of her structure. Just too plain for me when I get on top of her and right in behind her there. A real different speed comes here in 5. A young lady, she certainly has as much power as anything. Big-footed, big full-armed, and really, really thick. When you get right in behind her, I thought she was just too coarse there. Up through her front end, a little shorter cannon, a little earlier maturing. I'd just like to make her a little sounder when we study her there on the go. We got a good group down the line again, 6 through 10 to round out our day. Again, I know the crowd's starting to disappear, but they stayed around. They worked really, really hard, and they deserve a good round of applause here in this yearling class.
Well, y'all have to forgive us just a little bit on the yearlings because they're all back through the classes in our bookwork, but we do have the first 5. IVN Lips is our class winner. Harvey Williams from Payne County is 2nd. Hayden Wentworth is 3rd. Riley Townsend is 4th. And Maddie Rimber is 5th. Well, Judge, just before you get started here, Let's put our hands together again for our judge, Mr. Connor Brew out of Lubbock, Texas, South Plains College. You've done a great job working with our kids, and we certainly appreciate it, sir.
As we're coming to the end today, again, I hate to turn off a Red Clay Stray song, and it seems fitting that two of my favorite sheep that have hit the ring today have come with my two favorite singers, a Wyatt Flores and a Red Clay Stray song. So it's been a wonderful end of the day. Again, if you're here or you're around ringside, either you're just hanging out and chilling or you got somebody you absolutely love and you're supporting. I know we're starting to lose our crowd a little bit, but guys, this heavyweight division's been phenomenal. This has been an awesome sheep show. Would you guys make some noise here for the young people? You've been great. Again, I understand when you go to a show, you want to win, you hate losing. I'm certainly like that as well. But honestly, out of many of the states I've been, you've been really good about supporting your kids, whether they were first or last, and that's big on me. I'm not going to give a big grand drive speech at the end, I promise you that. That's not what I like to do. Those that are showed under me know I like to keep it pretty short and sweet. But I do want to say thank you to everybody here for having me. Again, I know how big of a show this is, and it's hard as a show judge because there's so many good ones that get beat. Just want you to know I've tried my best. I've given you all I've had, and I've tried to stay consistent through every class using sheep I like. And at the end of the day, you don't have to like the kind that I like, and I'll never tell you have to, but I just try to be consistent and tell you what I see here. And I'm darn proud of this heavyweight division, and we got a couple good ones we're going to bring back here in just a few. We just ended out here with our yearling division that I thought was really, really nice, and a real stout one there to lead you out. That young lady's done an awesome job all day. I've had to put you 5th, 6th, 7th in class or even let you make the pull a couple times, but I want you to know your showmanship capabilities has been off the charts good, and you have a stout, powerful yearling ewe who gets just a little easy in her loin, a little more mature, but you've done an awesome job. We had a pair there out of class 3 that I really, really liked, and I thought your second place had a really good stretch and a better length of body there from the profile. Got a little rounder, a little plainer in terms of her hip. Father Time caught up with her just a little bit in terms of her muscle shape, a little staler over her loin, a little staler at her dock and her pone, but I do like parts and pieces of her. Your class winner out of class 3 is right there in the thick of things. I promise you that. She just keeps growing on you because there's just nothing wrong with her. She's a little short and round out of her hip if you're going to get onto her, a little plainer in that regard, but her body balance is good. Her structure's great. She's still very immature and youthful at this stage of the game. I like that sheep very, very well. We had a really good class 2 in this division, and I thought your second, again, there's going to be a lot of fans of that sheep, and I think breeding value is very, very impressive on her. Big forearm, big-footed, extra dense, got a big curly stifle laid into her. Love those things about her. I read her a little short-bodied, a little deep in her underline, and just a little short and steep in terms of her hip. Thought she got a little piecey on us, but man, I think that one in a breeding pen could be very, very fun. Class winner is really, really nice. I thought her, just her body balance, her underline, her rib shape, her natural thickness and length of hip was good. Still used her hind leg in an appropriate manner. We get her out here, and she's maybe just a little plainer in terms of her front end, and we'll get just a little easy in her loin and a little high in her hip at times, but a square-built, powerful one, no doubt about it. Your second to class 1, there was a really stout set that stood behind her, and they were powerful, and they were thick, I'm telling you that. I just love her feet and legs, and she probably looks a little skinny-butted out here, young lady, but man, I like her feet and legs. I like her eye appeal. She's the kind I really, really like. I just didn't think she had enough horsepower there. I told you in Division 1, I'll tell you when I like stock, and when I let you know if I love them, if I like them, I really, really like this one that wins class 1, and it's going to be fun here because she is just flawless, and everything about her correlates to have that type of front end at this stage of the game. That body shape with progression, hip and hind leg structure, I just don't know how you make them any better. I love that ewe lamb, and she doesn't have to be everyone's flavor, but my goodness, is she wedged right, she's big from behind, and she's got a beautiful hind leg, a beautiful silhouette. That's the kind I absolutely adore, and it's going to be real, real fun here in just a bit. Again, if you're leaving here, I'm not going to give a big speech in a little bit, but man, I think you guys in Oklahoma, I understand you guys have lost one that should have been showing with us here today. And you guys, I don't want to get too sorrow and somber on you here, but I know you guys lost a friend. A lot of you guys were showing without a friend here today. A lot of people in the sheep industry in Texas and nationwide, and many of you have probably showed under him, lost a good sheep guy in Chase McFall. So again, don't want to get somber, but remember again, it's just a sheep show, and you can get mad at me, you can talk bad about the judge. I sign up for that, but man, don't talk bad about somebody's kid because they worked hard and they put a lot of time and effort into this. So again, yell at me if you'd like. I'm totally okay with that. I'm willing to take it. I'll sleep good tonight with this set of sheep that I use today. I promise you that. Fire it up. Give them a nice big round of applause. We're going to select a champion in this division that I think is absolutely wicked.
Well, the winners out of Division 3, our champion is exhibited by Laney Allen from Canute. Our reserve, J.C. Allen from Canute. And our bronze in this division is Lorraine Cox from Elgin. We're now ready to bring all three divisions along with the Dorset Advantage back in for our Supreme Champion U. Well, as we get ready for the Supreme Drive in our commercial breeding ewes, we first want to thank our sponsors. The champion ewe will get a $1,000 educational scholarship provided by Devon Energy, as well as a pair of boots from Rios Mercedes. The reserve will get a $750 scholarship provided by Devon Energy, as well as a pair of boots. And the third overall will get a $500 scholarship from Devon Energy in the rack pack. We appreciate those sponsors so much, and as we get into this drive, we'll get our first lineup out there. Our champions coming out of the Dorset Advantage: Harper Minor from Caney Valley, Division 1 Javen Sparks from Hartshorn, Division number 2 Harvey Williams from Payne County, and Division 3 Laney Allen from Canute. In our reserve champions, our Dorset Advantage exhibited by Molly Burleson from Atoka, Division 1 Lorraine Cox from Elgin, Division 2 Sadie Allen from Canute, and Division 3 J.C. Allen from Canute.
Well, again, as we wrap up, we get you top three here. I won't take too long, but again, I do want to thank Cass, Tyler Norvell, Dr. Fitch, everybody here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo for letting me come out. Again, it's a true honor for myself. I said that class one. I just have a very, very big passion for this industry, judging livestock shows, and mainly I love judging shows because I never made it out here to the front line, like you young people here that stand in front of me. It's really enjoyable to get to tell you my opinion because I'm a nobody in this industry, I promise you that. But I've tried to be as accurate and as honest on the livestock as I can all day, and I've tried to stay consistent. And I'm very pleased and proud with the lineup we have out here, and I will gladly stand behind the top three here in just a few at a backdrop. It's been so much fun. Again, I need to thank my wife at home for doing this for me and letting me come judge when I've been on the road with my judging team. I'm going to fly back to Houston in a contest tomorrow for my last role here with my judging team for this year, and it's just been a very good ride. It's been super enjoyable, the most fun I've ever had, the most challenged I've ever been judging a show, but I'm certainly pleased, and it's just been a lot of fun. So again, when you guys leave here, there's a lot of scholarships, awards, banners, buckles, all the good jazz here that Cass and the crew have put together. Make sure you stop by and thank them because this is an awesome event. It's just been a privilege here. I think there's a pair of them, and you could tell probably in their classes and their divisions what the two of them are. One of them, I think, runs uphill better in terms of their underline and is still bigger and fresher in terms of their loin edge. And then we got a really intriguing one to be reserved. I think it's a close call for third. But again, we'll go out there. We'll get you three of them. I thank you so much for letting me share my opinion. I wish you kids luck, not just showing sheep. In the game of life, if you ever need anything to you young people, you're struggling, you're hurting, again, I'm the man. Give me a call, find my Facebook. That's why I do this. That's why I work with young people. Kids are hurting nowadays, and at times we're so good at saying, man, it's all right, it's all good, you'll be fine. But again, sometimes I need somebody to talk to. So if you're around ringside and that's the case, you find me, you reach out to me, I'm always willing to talk. Fire it up here, give them a nice big round of applause here. God bless and safe travels here as you guys leave.
Well, congratulations to our commercial use in the Supreme. Our Grand Supreme is exhibited by Laney Allen from Canute. Reserve Grand is Javen Sparks from Hartshorn, and our Bronze is exhibited by J.C. Allen from Canute. Again, we want to thank Devon Energy for the sponsorships. It looks like we have a representative from Devon Energy as well as Cass Newell taking the awards to them, and we appreciate y'all so much.